PPT? It's there, no?
Yeah.
Right. Fine. Okay, so hello everyone. So in today's class we will discuss some more current affairs. Alright, and this current affairs will be based on the previous year question answer theme. Previous year questions theme. Okay, because several times the question has been framed on the current affairs, it gets repeated themes. Repeated themes based question. For example, in the history section there was one question, Argatta, which was asked twice, and some evergreen topics like methane emission, carbon emission, lithium deposit, methane deposit, they have been repeatedly asked in this exam for the prelim specific. So we have to go toward the gist of this topic. All right. So first, distributed energy resources. There was a question. There was a question in the previous year paper that what are the distributed energy resources. So before jump onto that, let's understand what basically are the energy resources. Let's say the integrated, the integrated energy resources are what? Like power grid. But here we will discuss about the distributed energy resources. What are distributed energy resources? Because the question has been asked in the previous year prelims paper. Fine. So small scale energy generation or storage system located close to the point of consumption and decentralized, not like large power plants, improve energy efficiency and readability. So basically, for example, if we take the battery, the chargeable batteries, number one. Number two, the power banks, fine. The turbine, fuel cell. So they are distributed energy resources. Reason being why they've been questioned is asked because of energy security of India. So these are the distributed energy resources which cannot be integrated, and the major benefit of these DER, the power can be extracted from any point of time, because these are distributed. They are not integrated, they are distributed like. Alright. So battery storage, For example, home inverter, batteries in Indian household. Okay, so basically these are the distributed energy resources. Reason being why distributed energy resources are important: to provide power supply at any distributed located sources. Okay, just a second. Fan. Okay, so we took an example like battery storage, home inverter batteries in India, household, EV batteries, the most important one, EV. EVs are widely popular now. So EV can also be termed as the distributed energy resources. But why these are important? Again, because power grid require heavy setup, and this is how the alternative of integrated this energy sources are distributed one. They can supply power at any instant or any point. So EV battery used for vehicles to grid V2G in future, and also in the practical life we can see there are n number of distributed energy resources which are in popular. Reason being, because this integrated system now it requires heavy infrastructure. The heavy infrastructure costs more and it requires power stations as well. Here you can see the central generation. These are 1, 2 and 3, and then the power supplies becomes integrated. But unlike distributed generation, for example, if we got the fuel cell, it gets charged once and can be utilized at any point of time. This micro turbine, this wind, and this solar energy as well. What is the practical use of these? Power backup during outages, storing solar energy for night use. Fine. For example, if the power system fails, this central generation power system gets failed, then these distributed generation comes into the picture, and it also acts as an alternate source of power. Okay. Biomass generator. The sugar mills using bagasse, waste from sugar cane to generate electricity. Fine. Hold on a second. The level of biomass using agriculture residue. So these distributed generation, it requires the renewable source. Number one, renewable source of energy. First, so in that we can count in a second. So distributed energy resource, number one, this solar power. Number second, fuel cell. Okay, and fuel cell can be chargeable. Third, the clean energy. Hydrogen fuel can be used as a distributed energy. Basically, this talks about that where distributed energy can be used, it is the alternate of integrated or centralized centralized energy sources. Fine. Okay. So fuel cell, this hydrogen fuel cell used in backup power system, telecom towers. Fine. It is a pilot project of hydrogen buses in India. So fuel cell plays an important role to supply the long-term power backups, unlike this lithium-ion battery. Fuel cell having more battery life as compared to lithium-ion battery, but where it is actually used, it is a hydrogen fuel cell using backup power system for telecom towers mainly, specifically. Fine. Another example we have, this rooftop solar photovoltaic units. So in combination, it can be used for solar cell. This solar cell the solar panels can be used in that. And a solar panel on house under schemes like PM Surya Ghar Yojana and solar rooftop in schools, hospital, metro station. So these distributed sources are the alternate power backup for the integrated or the centralized system. We can mark. Okay. It reduces electricity bills plus sell access power to the grid net metering. So once we install these distributed energy resources, what benefits could be add on? It reduces electricity bill. Fine. Sell access power to the grid net metering. All right. So we talk about these energy sources, they require the higher maintenance as well. That's the most issue with this, higher maintenance plus cost. Cost is included to achieve the cleaner energy, and it also the cost is required for these distributed energy resources, the power setup. Unlike this centralized system, because in centralized system, the current scenario in India, we generate most of the energy from the coal power plant. Fine. But the coal power plant generated energy is not clean. The carbon emission, the methane emission, and other sulfur emission as well, it comes into the picture. So this is why this distributed energy source question is being framed. Fine. Okay. Move on to the next slide. Yeah. So please attempt the question. Consider the following battery storage, biomass generators, fuel cell, rooftop solar photovoltaic units. Number 4. Okay, so how many of the above are considered distributed energy resources? As we seen in the first slide, this is a PYQ. Please do attempt it. As we had seen in the recent slide, what are the distributed energy resources? This is the previous year question of UPSC. Do attempt it. Okay. Today is the previous year question class, okay? UPSC previous year. Okay, for revision you can have this. We were discussing about the distributed energy resource, DER. Basically they are nothing but the energy source which can be utilized by the solar power, fuel cell and micro turbine. Basically we achieve this target via renewable energy, unlike centralized generation, like in which we use coal power plant, something like this. And also it has battery storage, home inverter batteries. So we're discussing about just. So this is the question. Consider the following statement: battery storage, biomass generator, fuel cell. Fuel cell we all know this is require hydrogen. Rooftop solar photovoltaic cell. This is nothing but solar panel. Battery storage, the home inverter batteries, the cathode, lithium ion, and biomass generator. That is again the residue, the crop residue, biomass generators, which we produce clean energy. What could be the answer? The answer is D, all four? Okay. Distributed energy resources are not, see, one is centralized energy resources, okay, fine, and another is distributed energy resources. The name itself defines what they are distributed. Distributed means they are acquiring power from the alternate sources. For example, the solar, okay, solar one. Another, fuel cell, which works on a hydrogen power principle. It is similar to nuclear cell as well, but fuel cell will. And another one is the turbine energy, the turbine, okay, or also you can say the wind energy, the wind. Distributed energy resources are the alternate, they are alternate to the centralized energy resources which are conventional, like coal power plant, right, thermal power plant. So as you can see the difference in between, they are mostly require the renewable energy sources, fine, and they require the conventional energy, the fossil fuel. Fossil fuel here simply means the fuel achieved through the fuel we extract from the dead and decay, like oil, coal, etc., etc. So can we now answer this question? Battery storage, biomass generators, fuel cell. So these are the major example of renewable energy. So what could be the answer? All four? Okay. Fine. The further definition we have, energy resources are small, modular energy generator and storage technologies that provide electric capacity or energy where you need it, wherever we need it. Because let's suppose we have a photovoltaic cell, this here, or solar panel, the sun rays strike on them and later it gets charged. So in the night time, can we use this solar panel energy? It works as an energy sources during the night time because it's being charged whole day. So this is how we can term this is distributed. Okay, because direct supply of power is not there. Batteries, fuel cell, they all requires the alternate charging source. They are not constant power supply. Okay, for example, there is an AC and DC, alternate current and direct current. We have a AC over here. This fan is this AC supply, alternating current, and direct current in the batteries. Fine. So if we talk about the DC plus renewable energy source, can be termed as these distributed energy sources. Another bullet point, to meet your particular needs and install on site. It can be carried anywhere. Have you seen this EV scooties? There's a dischargeable battery, no? Again, the same example of distributed energy resources. Okay. Rooftop solar photovoltaic units, wind generating units, battery storage, batteries, even the phone battery. That is also an example of distributed energy sources. Electric vehicle, combined heat power units and tri-generation units that also utilize waste to provide cooling. Biomass generators, we have seen in the previous video that we can generate this biomass energy via crop residue using jatropha plant and sugarcane molasses. The sugarcane molasses the waste. Okay. We have drink this sugarcane juice and the molasses is there. So that also be the good source of energy to produce this ethanol. Ethanol, which can be further blended with petrol. Okay. Reciprocating engines, diesel, oil, hydro and mini hydro schemes, and a fuel cell. So these are the some applications where we can use this DES, distributed energy sources. Fine. Move ahead further. Okay. Red sanders. This red sand is only endemic to India. It is found nowhere else in the jungles of Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So the species, this is the scientific name, Petrocarpus centellinus, is an Indian endemic tree species with a restricted geographical range in Eastern Ghats. Can we say Andhra Pradesh falls in the Eastern Ghats? And they are unequally divided. Unequally divided. Unlike Western Ghats, they are regular. Reason being, why they are unequally divided? Reason being, the major rivers, they creates a gap. Gap in between. That's the reason being they are unequally divided. There are gaps in between them, but these Western Ghats are regular. So the species is endemic to a distinct tract of forest in Andhra Pradesh. Endemic means, any doubt regarding endemic? Which is only found in specific area. And opposite to that, pandemic. Pandemic is globally available. That is globally spreaded. And the red sanders usually grow in the rocky, degraded and fallow lands and the red soil. This is important. Red soil has a less nutrient value and it is acid. This is kind of acidic soil, this red one. Fine. So to grow red sanders, red soil is required, and hot and dry climate, or we can say hot and humid as well. In Andhra Pradesh jungle, there is a hot plus humid climate is required. Okay. Why we are reading this? Why it is important? Just because of PYQ has been asked. Okay. First we discuss the threat. As we all know, the smuggling of red sander takes place to the China, Japan and all over the India. Why? Because of this medicinal use and high quality content. This illicit felling for smuggling, forest fires, cattle grazing and other anthropogenic threats. Red sanders known as their rich hue and therapeutic properties and high in demand across Asia. It is mainly exported to the China. Particularly in China and Japan for use in the cosmetic, medical products as well as for making furniture, woodcraft, musical instrument as well. Okay, so these are the basic use that where they are being actually used for this red sander. Rich use means the nutrient value. Okay. Can we see? Currently, we have seen the only animals in Schedule 1. Like for the first time, we are seeing that it is being protected under Wildlife Protection Act. So, by concluding that only animals are not getting protection under Wildlife Protection Act, the trees, the plants, they also falls under this. They also enjoy this protection under this. Okay. Cites Appendix 2, IUCN Red List, endangered. Okay. The protection status is this is endangered, not vulnerable. Okay. You were absent in the last class, no? I discussed about the pangolin. It's actually Schedule 1 species, the highest protection given to him. So red sander. So if we conclude this red sander, number 1, it grow in red soil, good for medicinal use and wooden furniture and so on. But don't forget this wildlife protection status. This is the Schedule 2. Highest protection is given for the plants or trees is Schedule 2, and Schedule 1 is for what? Highest protection to the animals. Tiger is a keystone species and it is scheduled under Schedule 1, the tiger and the pangolin. Okay. Doubt? Okay. Okay. Consider the following: cashew, papaya, red sanders. How many of the above trees are actually native to India? Try to attempt this question, then we shall solve it. Cashew, papaya, red sanders. So option number 3, we have just studied. Red sanders is endemic to India. Fine. It is only found in India. Can it be true? Okay. What about cashew and papaya? Yeah, papaya is not endemic. It had been introduced in the Indian subcontinent by the foreigners. And cashew? Cashew again not. No. Who introduced cashew? Any idea? Portuguese. As we have studied in the modern India, we have seen many invasions, foreign invasions, like France, Portuguese, Dutch and English. So they just not come empty hands. They bought so many other things as well. Do you know this potato? Potato, it is not endemic to India. Portuguese bought that. Tomato, not endemic to India. They were bought by the foreign leaders, foreign powers. And they started what? Cultivating them in India. So red sanders would be the answer, and option number 1 only. Cashew is native to northeastern Brazil. Northeastern Brazil, or simply mark the Brazil. Portuguese brought it to the India during the late 16th century. Fine. Do we know that the Portuguese were the first foreigners who came to India? 1400 around. Okay. They were the first Portuguese came, then Dutch, then English, the British, and then French. Haven't you completed modern India? Completed now? Revise, huh? Okay. So English subdue this Dutch and this PDF. So English subdued Dutch and French powers, and they made alliance with the Portuguese. They established matrimonial relationships, and the Bombay was given as a dowry to the British king, the British prince, right, by the Portuguese. So papaya is native to Central America, not South America, and it is grown in tropical, warmer, subtropical areas worldwide. And papaya was introduced from Philippines through Malaysia to India. So first papaya came from what? From where? This Central America. Then it first reached to the Southeast Asia, and then it came to India. Fine. kind of climate condition it required? Subtropical areas worldwide and bit warmer. Okay. Same with tea and coffee. Red sandalwood is endemic to the district tract of the forest in Andhra Pradesh, and the red sandalwood is reported to be one of the India's most exploited tree. Reason being because its availability. It's only available in the forest of Andhra Pradesh and the most exploited tree species, and is under severe pressure from illegal logging, harvesting, following the amendments to the wildlife. So government has seen that it has been what exploited. So first they introduced them in the Schedule 2 protection of the wildlife, and later they categorized that in the Schedule 4 by the amendment. Okay. TFR, total fertility rate. Why? Because there was a question on the UPSC BYQs on it. What is TFR? The total fertility rate is the average number of children who would be born to any woman in her lifetime. For example, let's suppose, let's talk about USA, India, South Africa, and okay, three only. I change the color. So as we all know, the GDP of USA is high as compared to the India, and the GDP of India is low, and the GDP of South Africa is lowest. All right. So an individual woman must be living the quality life, fine. And in India, quality life is there, but work pressure. Getting it? And in South Africa, no such quality life and neither work pressure. I'm talking about specifically about the woman. So for example, if a woman can afford a 2-child in her lifetime, let's suppose at 20 she got 1 child, and at the age of 30 she got another child. Fine. Let's take same example in India. At 22 she got 1, at 28 she got second. But let's suppose if one child died. And in South Africa, let's suppose at the age of 18 she got 1 and only 1. No child further, because the affordability factor, the cost effect. If the another child will get born, the cost will be infused now. It will be cost depreciative asset kind of. So what TFR shows that on an average in a country, how many women are producing 1 or 2 child. For example, if woman A to woman Z, A, B, C, D till Z, they all are producing minimum at least 2 child at the age of 20 and 30. So what would be the TFR value? Total fertility rate value would be 2. And if in case if we consider this India, again 2, the woman A to Z and number of women, survey has been conducted to calculate this value. And in South Africa, what would be the TFR if woman A till Z? The maximum women are producing just 1 child. What would be the TFR value? 1. Okay. So this is the base. This is how a TFR has been calculated in a layman term. Fine. Okay. Why you were not in the yesterday's class? Okay, some medical issue. Okay. Is she fine now? Okay. So TFR is the average number of children who would be born to any woman in her lifetime. Fine? I'm anticipating there must be no doubt now. It is the average number of children a woman would have at the end of their reproductive period. Now, for example, if the woman reaches at the age of 65, can now she produce a child? No, not at all. So the TFR value always count it starts from the age of 18 to 35 or 40. The survey is being conducted at this age only, fine. So if they were subjected during their whole lives to the fertility rates of a given period, and if they were not subject to the mortality. In the same example, I took the example, I showed now that what if in case if the one child died, it also been counted. So if from woman A till Z, if the one child died, can we count that dead child in the TFR? No. It is not been counted. Again, TFR would be 1 only. Okay. Suppose in a country, women on an average give birth to one child in their 20s and the one child in their 30s. Total 2 children per woman, TR would be 2.0. Okay. So this is the data you can see here. That will also help you writing the good answers. National Family Health Survey. That is 1 till 5. So it was 2.7 previously, 3.7 and 3.4. Okay. Urban, rural. So we can see here the urban data, the urban point is quite lower. Why? Because work pressure, time management. In the urban areas, the parents, they just produce one child, no? And in rural areas, no food shortage, nothing as such. They can even afford more than 2 child. And also the education also matter. Education. Why? Because how education plays an important role in the reproduction of child. Decision making, very good. And if 1 plus 1 child and plus one more child is there, so only one child gets the whole benefit. This also happens. This is also regular practice in Indian families. Okay. Fine. The total fertility of an economy is defined as, please do attempt this question, the TFR rate in an economy defined as the number of children born per 1,000 people in the population in a year. A. Option number B, the number of children born to a couple in their lifetime in a given population. Option C, the birth rate minus death rate. No. And the average number of live births of a woman would have by the end of her childbearing age. Option number A is not correct. It is talking about the out of the context. No. By the number of children born to a couple in their lifetime in a given population. It could be sufficient but not proper. The birth rate minus death rate, obviously not. We can consider this point in a maternal mortality rate. The average number of live births a woman would have by the end of her childbearing age. That is around 60. So Can we say that option number D? Okay. NBFC, non-banking financial corporation. Now let's take an example of NBFC. Let's suppose they are a bank. What's the main purpose of bank? To provide loans? Provide loans. Number second, provide loans to bank to bank. Okay. Number third, FD, current account, saving account. They facilitate transaction. Okay. And how do the bank earn their profit? By charging interest rate. And banks are governed by whom? RBI. Okay, so these are some formal keywords of the what actually bank do. Now come to the NBFC. They have a similar feature. They also provide loans. They provide loans. They provide loans to individual to company. You understand? This company, firm, corporation, they all are same. Company to company. The same as bank can do. Can NBFC do such kind of this FD, current account, saving account? No, they don't. Another thing was that they also provide collateral loan. You understand collateral loan, no? Gold loan, property loan. I mean, I submitted the property papers and I get the money. So NBFC can do all this same as well. They also provide collateral loans on the gold. But what actually creates difference in NBFC and this bank, no? They are informal. Least secure. They don't accept the government securities. Sometimes, because in the recent year there was a IL&FC crisis was there. This crisis happened due to the commercial paper. There was a commercial paper which was not backed by any government, security. Why government security are safe? Because obviously it is backed by the government. Just like the banks, the rupee, it is backed by whom? The government itself. But outreach of this NBFC is much wider as compared to banks. People don't prefer to go banks. Those who are from rural areas, some remote areas, they directly go to the NBFC. Just because paperwork is unclear, the people approach to the NBFC. The loan settlement amount or the loan taking amount, and the process is very easier, very shorter. So that's why the single reason why people prefer NBFC. The least formalities and the least paperwork. Yes, they do accept collateral. So this was the mota about this NBFC. Okay, so now jump to the main topic. Is a company that provide loans, lease, insurance as well, like Policy Bazaar, Bajaj Finance. You know this Bajaj card and all. Okay, Muthoot Finance. You have seen that ad जब घर में पड़ा है सोना तब का with that Akshay Kumar ना that ad. And other financial services, it's registered under Companies Act. And banks are registered under which act? Correct, yeah. Vehicle loan, Bajaj Finance provides loans for two-wheelers, consumer durables, phones, TVs. If you want to buy 80,000 iPhone on EMI, have you ever shopped from this Amazon, Flipkart? There is an option come na, buy on EMI. They are nothing but NBFC. Okay, financed by Bajaj Finance. Okay, infrastructure financing, NBFC Power Financing Corporation funds, power plants, transmission projects. So NBFC can penetrate in any sector, but unlike banks. Reason being, the paperwork is easier and the amount is given instantly, no such formalities, but banks are even more safer. The reason being, people are attracted toward this NBFC, the annual percentage of interest charge. The banks charge even more. For example, bank charge annually kitna 11%, while this NBFC charge half of it 5% only. Depends on this depends on amount to amount. Okay, and if we put the collateral, no such interest rate after a certain duration, the interest starts. Gold loan, this gold loan NBFC, the Muthoot Finance I already discussed, provide instant loan against gold. Real case, the farmer pledges gold jewelry, gets quick cash for crops, unlike the banks. The process of the banking system is very delay. They take too much of time to grant this loan. First, your file will get submitted in the department, and the manager will take action. So you can say that these are some faster approach to get the direct cash. Okay. So these are the differences in between this NBFC and bank. Legal status, full banking license governed by the RBI. No banking license. Demand deposit, saving current account allowed? Not allowed. Payment system UPI, check, yes, no. Because why? They majorly deal in cash and informal money. Credit generation, yes, limited. Regulation strictly by RBI but lighter than banks, because after this IL&F, this FS crisis now, this finance ministry, they started regulating these NBFCs. They don't have to strictly follow the RBI guidelines and protocol, but there are some sort of command or some sort of regulation on these NBFC. Deposit insurance, covered, not covered. Say insurance name only. Okay. How they will earn profit? What? NBFC? Because they are informal now. Because they don't directly taking money from RBI. Reason being, let's take an example. How the banks, for example, these are the bank. Okay. They have money, CRR, cash reserve ratio, you understand this? SLR. Pata hai na? Okay. So they have to maintain at least this amount for emergency purpose, CRR and SLR. Itna theek hai. While NBFC, they don't have to maintain this, they don't either have to maintain this. How the banks get money from RBI, na? People deposit in the bank, that is fine. Let's suppose RBI is there and there is a SBI. RBI gives money to SBI at what condition? They charge repo rate, na? Profit to the RBI. They charge repo rate, and that too at the floating price, not fixed price. So to give them profit, what SBI will do? Suppose repo rate RBI is taking 10 rupees profit from these banks. So further, this SBI will take 15 rupees profit, na, by giving loans to the others. What percentage of profit they will get? Rupees 5 and rupees 10 back to this. So this is the reason, this RBI is the reason that why SBI these banks charge much more interest rate. If RBI declines this repo rate, then the interest rate could come down. Right? Economy basic. Okay. Doubt? Okay, just answer me one simple question about the inflation. You have studied economics? Okay. Why rupees is keep on falling? Any idea? This comparison with dollar? Or comparison with this pound, ruble, anything you want? The sole reason behind rupee falling? Or just simple logic, why rupee is falling? No idea? Okay, let's take an example. Let's suppose, I forgot your name. Selina? Saranya, okay. This is Saranya. Okay. Let's take an example. Saranya took loan from bank, rupees 1 lakh. Okay. At certain low interest rate, for example 2%. हालांकि ये 7% होता है, but you got 2% given by bank. Okay. So 1 lakh rupee is there, and then later on, when the interest rate goes down, n number of people started taking loans, and now what they have? Liquidity in their hand in the form of cash or any UPI, everything. This UPI is also termed as a cash money, fast money. So now availability of rupee, what? Availability of rupee increase. Number one. Number second, expenditure increases. Expenditure. Will you think twice to buy a 5 rupees pen when you are having 1 lakh rupee in the pocket? Obviously no. We will not even bother to negotiate with them. But once we have 10 rupees in our pocket, we will negotiate with the shopkeeper or merchant. So this is the single reason, the availability of rupee and the people's expenditure like hardcore. The expenditure rises, and the availability of the rupee in the market decrease or increase. Increase or decrease? Increase, because everybody having this 1 lakh. So availability of rupee in the market gets increased, the transaction increase. Since the availability increases, the availability of rupees gets down, because rupee in the market is highly available. So what RBI do to fetch this entire rupee in the market? What policies it takes? It increases what? What RBI will do? Any idea? RBI? No, reverse repo is something different. Reverse repo is this RBI is giving money to SBI. SBI is not having demand of loan to X. X don't want to take loan. So SBI can again deposit to the RBI. That is reverse repo. I'm not talking about this. The only problem is with that 2% interest rate only. RBI will come with the policy that it will increase what? Repo rate. It will take up till 11%. So the people restrict themselves to take loans. And this controls the availability of rupee in the market. So this is what the economy is all about, okay? And the question oftenly asked in the exams. Okay. So NBFCs are not required to maintain CRR, SLR. So what if in case if NBFC is not having CRR, they having extra cash, extra money? They can give as a loan as well, extra SLR. Difference between CRR and SLR? Correct. SLR as a commodity. Gold. Assets. Yes. Okay. Which can lead to defaults and bankruptcy. Okay. If NBFC is not having CRR and SLR, they can lead to the bankruptcy as well because no backup, and this can cause contagion in the market, break the trust of the customer, result in loss of savings, and led to a liquidity crunch in the economy. Fine. There is a ticking financial bomb created by the nexus of NBFC. Since this ILNFS crisis has came into the picture, so from that point of view, it becomes important. Also, the banks are not even safe. This PNB scam and so many, but at least they are backed by this minimum backup, this CRR and SLR. So credit rating agencies and auditors, these can lead to false information about the credit worthiness, and the NBFC and put crores of investment at the risk. For this infrastructure leasing project, financial service like ILNFS scam, it's a crucial, it was a scam, it was a bigger scam. You should read about this, the economic article. Okay. You heard about this ILNFS company? No. It was the biggest economic crisis, biggest economic scam. And from there, why is this scam is being done? Because of commercial paper. Okay. The commercial paper is not backed by the government. NBFCs can have an asset liability mismatch, obviously, which means they may not be able to meet their credit requirements. Connected lending is a practice in which NBFC gives loan to companies owned by their directors or their relatives, like nepotism can also be seen in this, which can lead to financial scams. Okay, question. UPSC PYQ. Consider the following statement regarding NBFC. It is a heterogeneous group of institutions performing financial intermediation. Number second, they can do activities like agricultural, industrial, sale of purchase or construction of immovable property. What could be the answer? It is heterogeneous group of institution. Okay, option 1 is correct. They can do activities like agriculture, industrial, sale, purchase and construction of immovable property. Can NBFC give loan to agriculture sector? I mean, it can obviously give a loan to the farmer. Industries can give. Also the infrastructure project, it can also provide loan. Sale and purchase and construction of immovable property. Option 2 is correct. Yes, both 1 and 2 will be right. Okay. Any doubt regarding NBFC? Okay. CSR. Corporate social responsibility. I'm only dealing with those questions which has been asked in the previous years. Okay, and it is quite important as well, because if you go down to cover up the current affairs, now there is no ending of current affairs. Better we should stuck with the theme part. So understand CSR. As we all know, the government is there. How the government earn? What is the source of, yes, very good, tax? Okay, let's keep it at the basic level, tax. And on the other side, there are companies like Adani, Tata, Wipro, Reliance, or we can say Jio. So these companies, they are earning profit like anything, and they also pay tax to the government. And the additional feature what government impose on them is corporate social responsibility as well, CSR. Why? Because companies are earning from whom? Customers. And also some companies like industrial giant, the tech giant, for example, this Adani, they require land, forest land, for their power project. And also this Adani company is doing what? Pollution as well. Their power plant generation cause pollution. So what are their responsibilities toward the citizens? So government came up with a concept, and also this matter go into the court as well, the Supreme Court, that should company pay a certain tax which is for the welfare of the society. Okay, लोगों का भला कैसे होगा? Other people will get benefit. If the companies are earning that much of profit, तो कैसे क्या भलाई के लिए क्या करेंगे? See, individual will not go to the Adani that my land has been acquired by you, give me the money. No, this is not what's supposed to be done. So government came up with the concept of CSR. So government simply said, okay, you are polluting the environment, give us money, and that money we will use for welfare of the society. So this was a simple concept. This CSR is all about that companies were already giving tax, what profit they are making, but later on they came up with a concept, no, you are doing pollution, you are acquiring land for this forest land, and what is your social responsibility? You are even earning even high. So what is your social responsibility? So the government asked, and the matter go into the court, and the CSR become mandatory. Like, it's got legal backing after the matter go into the court. So can we say that any company, for example, this for example, Murugan Chaiwala, is he liable to pay to corporate this CSR? Obviously not. He's not even earning 10,000 rupees. The tech giants, the giants company, for example, this Maharatna company and Navratna company, and the company which is making profit above 100 CR, that all falls under this CSR. Don't worry, I'll mark the limit. The specific limit is given. 2% you have to pay. Okay, it's in the slide itself. Okay. So come to the main topic. So the Supreme Court rules that CSR inherently includes environmental protection. This is the case law. Case law. Okay. In the MK, Ranjit Singh versus the others, versus the Union of India, case linking CSR obligations to constitutional duties and biodiversity conservation. As we have discussed this, Adani grabbed the land, na, forest land. So वहाँ के आदिवासी कहाँ जाएंगे? दूसरा land allot किया जाएगा उनको. They will be allotted a certain other land. किसी को मैंने यहाँ से निकाल दिया, वो वहाँ रख दिया. What will happen? I'll have to pay the price. I'm using your space and I'm asking you to just please shift somewhere else. So why would they convinced? उसका वो अपना घर था. So this is how this corporate social responsibility tax. This is basically a tax only. Okay, consider this as a tax. Fine. So CSR is an obligation, not a charity. The Supreme Court clearly said that you are not doing the charity, and don't take it as a granted. It is your obligation because you are exploiting our resources, the people's resources. लोगों का घर, लोगों का जंगल, जमीन सब आप ले रहे हैं. Fine. So allocation of CSR funds for environmental protection is constitutional duty, not a voluntary philanthropical act. So what होता ये है, the company feels very proud. Yes, we are paying the tax. So Supreme Court said no, this is not a proud moment for you. It is your own karma. You have to pay the tax, the CSR. So that's how it's become the legal backing, and also in the DPSP it's a constitutional duty. Article 51. Polluter pay principle is applicable on it. Polluter pay principle, na? Where corporate activities threaten endangered species, companies must bear the cost. For example, if the Adani has to set and company in Jaisalmer, okay, so the economy will get, the forest, the biodiversity will get impacted. Okay, so many snakes, birds are there. There's one bird name. That bird cannot fly. Any name? No. It's not ostrich. It is found in Rajasthan only, the Jaisalmer. Question was being asked on it. No. Cyrus crane can fly. The great Indian bustard. Okay, don't forget, huh? So that bird cannot. This great Indian bustard can fly, but up to a certain limit. Okay. Not in the sky high. Okay. The highest protection is given to this great Indian bustard. Fine. Where corporate activities threaten endangered species, company must bear the cost of in situ and ex situ conservation. What is in situ and ex situ? Zoo. Okay, zoo is an example of in situ or ex situ. Ex situ. And if we are basically if we are providing protection to the wild animals within their habitat, that is in situ. And if we are providing protection to the animals by extracting them and putting somewhere else, that is XC2. Fine. Any doubt? Corporation as constitutional actors, corporation as legal person and key organ of society are, hold on a second, yeah. Key society are bound by fundamental duty under Article 51A, subsection G, to protect the environmental and wildlife. So this was the article, this article made bound to whom? To companies. The Supreme Court has cited this, the Article 51A G mandate to protect and improve the natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers and wildlife. Fine. And to have compassion for living creatures. Fine. So these were the article which mentioned by the Supreme Court that under DPSP it is mandatory for you to pay. And also the polluter pay principles are also applicable on it. भाई जो किया है खर्चा वो चुकाना तो पड़ेगा. फाइन. क्राइटेरिया फॉर CSR एलिजिबिलिटी. अब सड़क चलता चाय वाला, आई मीन a chai vendor is not liable to pay CSR, na? So net worth of the company is to be 500 crore, which is obviously 100 plus CR. Okay. 500 crore. The company turnover is 1000 CR or more. And the net profit of the company to be 5 CR or more. Net worth of the company is what? Company, if somebody sell this company, what is its net worth? 500 CR. If somebody sell the company, the turnover, the business what company has done, which requires input cost plus output cost combined. For example, if I have to manufacture this remote, I have to buy plastic, I have to buy this phone, this cover and this antenna, blah blah blah. So this is this value, turnover. And the profit of the company to be of rupees 5 CR. So by selling this remote, excluding the input cost, what output cost I have got, that is profit. Simple. Do remember this figure, 500, and actually don't remember this. This is the main important. The profit is 5 CR. Net profit. Right? About CSR, legal provision. CSR is a mandatory requirement for certain companies under section 135 of Companies Act. That is not important, just for your memory. Compelling them to undertake activities that contribute to the social, environmental and economic development of the country. Funds allocation, companies are obliged, I am repeating it. For example, if the question comes in the prelims that companies are not liable to pay CSR, but they are obliged to allocate at least 2% of their average net profit. So, this 2% will be calculated from which value? 500, 1000 or 5 CR? 5 CR. Okay. Activities covered under CSR. Eradicating hunger. What is the rank of India in Global Hunger Index? What is the rank of India in Human Development Index? Rank of India in Global Innovation Index? No. I have covered this in the last class. Okay. I'll give you the PPT, I will give you the notes. Poverty and malnutrition, promoting gender equality, ensuring environmental sustainability, etc. So these all tasks are related to what? Socialist principles. Okay? Which ultimately turns out to be the CSR. Okay? Okay, just tell me one thing. Free medical health care, does it fall under CSR? No? Yes or no? Okay, next question. Free food, will it fall under CSR? Yes. Okay. Practical example, the TCS Fund Digital Education Program provides free learning platforms. Fine. Rural students get access to the computers and online healthcare, build hospital and healthcare camps as well. Okay, so this is CSR. Practical example is all about. Okay. Okay, next question, next topic. Deccan Traps, Mahabaleshwar among 7 new sites in UNESCO tentative World Heritage List for India. So this is a factual database question. Don't apply mind in this. This is a rakne wala thing hai. Just memorize and forget. So whenever you encounter such topics, just try to read right before the 1 week ago from the prelims. One week prior, so it could remain in your mind. Again, the factual data. So India at this UNESCO, so what is the meaning of this UNESCO? Why this UNESCO tag is important? To conserve. Okay. Number 1, to conserve. Number 2, to get global recognition. If I am a tourist from Italy and I have to travel all across the India, what first I will search? What are the UNESCO heritage sites? What are the World Heritage Site in India? Fine. And what else important thing which couldn't be noted? So UNESCO provides a tag which creates a global recognition of that particular jungle site or any conservation reserve. So India's 7 properties added to the tentative, which can be included in the list of UNESCO's World Heritage Convention. Right? So number 1, Deccan Traps, Panchgami and Mahabaleshwar, Maharashtra. We all know that how this Deccan Plateau was made. We know, geography is done. So we can easily answer this. Why black soil? Why black soil is available at this Deccan Plateau? Reason? Just one word answer. It's a very basic level question. Simple, because it's having deposits of igneous activity or we can say the lava got cooled when India was traveling. The volcanic eruption happened and this landmass was created. No idea. Okay, I'll discuss it in a geography part. Okay. But for the time being, just remember the black soil is highly available. This is also called Regur soil. Regur soil. Okay. Geological heritage of St. Mary Island Cluster, Udupi, Karnataka. This you know, no? Udupi. Meghalayan Age Caves, east of Khasi and Meghalaya. Have you heard this? This Khasi, Garo and Jaintia tribes, Assam. You know, no? They're demanding for what? Their indigenous recognition. Okay? Garo, Khasi, Jaintia. Basically, these are the name of his and also the tribal people of Assam. They have a different language. They speak Khasi language. They speak Garo language. Okay, in the Assam, sub part of Assam. Number 3, Meghalayan Age Caves. Okay, we have done it. 4th, Naga Hills. Or फिर वो टाइट कि फिर नागालैंड. क्यों? Natural heritage of Irramati, Dibbalu, Vishakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. So if we mark, let me take an eraser. Let's draw a map, huh? You are friendly with the map, Indian map? You know, no? District and all, this state and all. Okay. So if I build a map, let's mark it as per the map. Okay, fine. So number 1, Deccan Trap. Here only. Okay. This portion, Deccan Trap. Geological heritage site at St. Mary Island, Karnataka. Somewhere here. Okay. Okay. Meghalaya. Somewhere here. Okay. Naga Hills. Somewhere here. Nagaland. Manipur. Mizoram. Somewhere here. Nagaland. Natural heritage site Eramatti, Vishakhapatnam, Andhra. Somewhere here. Down to the Odisha part. And natural heritage of Tirumala Hills, Tirupati, Andhra. Again. Tirupati wala site. Heritage of Kerala. Okay. So this is how you can easily remember. Fine, even if the question comes now, if you know the place, you can easily mark it. Because this map acts as a pictorial memory for the brain. Fine. Okay, let's move further. Sarcophagus. This key term is related with the ancient history. Sarcophagus is what? It is simply but a coffin for the VIPs which has been preserved like a mummy. Okay. So 3000 years old sarcophagi was being found in this Egypt. So what sarcophagi? So UPSC can ask question at what is sarcophagi, where it is being found, and what the significance of this, etc., etc. It can be asked. So sarcophagi is an inhabitant. Actual names are unknown, but these chantresses of this Amun serve a god whose cult ran strong even when Egypt was in turmoil. Not relevant. Study, we'll see further. Yeah, sarcophagus is what? A stone coffin, often richly decorated. We have seen that image now. Used to hold a dead body, usually above the ground. Common in ancient civilization. So tell me one thing, or let's discuss one thing. When Harappan civilization was there, can we say Egyptian civilization was parallel to it? Egyptian civilization was parallel to this Harappan. Do Harappa had trade relation with this Egypt? Think it's a logical question. We all know that Harappan civilization had trade relation with Persia, modern day Iran. But what about Egyptian civilization, ancient Egyptian civilization? Did we see any sort of seal or any kind of coin on which the Egyptian ancient civilization evidence was being marked? Any sort of image? Yes. See, Harappa had trade relation with Egyptians as well, because this is one of the ancient civilization. Persia, we all know. Harappa had trade relation with Iran and also with the Egyptian civilization as well. And the first ever, so okay, let's move further. The first ever AMS radiocarbon. What is radiocarbon and carbon dating? To find out the age of what? Rocks. or any certain specific material, the solid material, fine, or bones. Okay. So this is how we came to know that how dinosaur existed or not, by carbon dating. Radiocarbon dating of saprophagus from Kilanamadi, Tamil Nadu, dates its 1692 BCE. What is BCE? Before Common Era. And what is AD? Anno Domini. Do we know the difference between them? Yes? Yes. So the day when the Jesus Christ was born, it was considered a 0 day. And for example, the history what we know, 0. So we marked 1600 BCE, then 1200 BCE, then 300 BCE. The times goes here to here. 16. This is in the descending order. And from this 0 timeline, time starts 100, 200, 300. Got it now? Very basic thing. Placing it in the late Harappan period, findings suggest that south-north trade links between Tamil Nadu and Harappan regions, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and push back to the timeline of Tamil Nadu's graffiti tradition. So, in a nutshell, Egyptian civilization had link with what? Harappan civilization, because it is connected with the India. Fine. Any doubt? It's a factual topic. Dolmens of Kodaikanal. Where is Kodaikanal? Karnataka? Tamil Nadu? Yes. Kodaikanal is famous for artificial lake. The dolmens of Kodaikanal megalithic structure. This megalithic structure dating back over 5,000 years and are fast disappearing, with less than 50% of those recorded in the early 20th century still standing. So these are this megalithic structure, this dolmens Kodaikanal. So basically they are nothing but the burials. The people used to, they act as a natural coffin or something. Okay, so if the question will come, the question will simply ask that in the context of dolmens of Kodaikanal, choose the correct answer. Number 1, whether it is a megalithic site used for burials, or whether it is a modern day structure used for the king. No. So dolmens are megalithic box like stone structure, usually a large stone slab resting on 3 vertical pillars built above the ground. Fine. So in Egypt we saw the coffin, and in Hinduism what rituals we do? Burning. Right. So did we found any sort of evidence in Harappan civilization? How do they people bury? Kept the dead body? Any sort of idea? Do they bury the dead body, or they just dig the hole and just put it? So see, in Harappan civilization too, suppose this is a dead body of a man. Now they just create a dome-like structure and they put his favorite things like this pottery, his favorite jewelry, kind of thing. So this interferes that maybe Harappan civilization people believe in the afterlife. Fine. Okay. Okay. So dolmens are megalithic box. Okay, we have done. They often serve as burial chambers, memorials, or ritual sites, though some local traditions suggest habitation use. Fine. Okay. constructed between 1500 to 2000 BCE. Pre-iron stage. Iron was not discovered. Fine. When was iron discovered? During which rule? Maurya, we have seen the Iron Age. Guptas, we have seen the Iron. Vedic, early Vedic or later Vedic? Later Vedic. Iron was discovered. As soon as the fight started begin, they made the modern weapons and all. So before the iron, which metal was discovered? Copper. Copper was there, and to fight with copper sword is not possible. Gold was there. Gold was known to the Harappan people, and the gold was non-native to the India. It was being imported from the outside. Horse, that too were imported. Horses. Can we say crocodile was there in India? Yes, crocodile was there. Elephant? Yes, elephant was there. Tiger? There is hardly any evidence. Yes, tiger was also there. Tiger's evidence is quite low, but not in the NCERT. Okay, and the great seal. Can we say this ox was there? Ox? Yes, ox was there. Fine. Who are believed to be either descendants or related to the dolmen builders. Okay, fine. Keep on revising, huh? Phytosaur fossil. The long tail. So during excavation, this tail was found. Researchers find rare Jurassic era fossil in Indian village. It also becomes an important news. So researchers in India have discovered the fossil remains of a rare crocodile-like species from the Jurassic era. Do we know the difference between era, epoch, and era, epoch? Do we know the difference? What is epoch and era? And Anthropocene? No? Okay. Okay, do we know the difference? Century? Century, no, na? So, on a bigger ground, this era and epoch has been defined. 1000 era is equal to epoch. Okay. I have a sort of table, I'll give it to you. Or you can Google it down, this era and epoch. So, what was the era before to the Jurassic? Cretaceous period? Cretaceous, you understand? No. When, in which period the Himalayas was formed? Paleocene? Huh? Or Cretaceous period? Google it. In which era Himalayas was formed? Cenozoic. Yeah. Yes, Himalayas were formed during Cenozoic era. And how the Himalayas was formed? Okay, just simple thing. Is Aravallis older or Himalayas? Aravallis during the time of dinosaurs presence. Okay. So Aravallis are hills or mountain? Hills. And how this Aravalli hills, just because of this friction and the constant pressure applied by wind, water and other natural sources, this caused degradation of Aravalli hills. Okay, because this is older, na? They have to surpass the every season, every climatic condition as well. Okay. This phenomena is called what? Weathering. Weathering of rocks. Okay. Studied na in geography. No weathering. Okay. Weathering is very basic phenomena. The phytosaur was a semi-aquatic animal, one that lived in the river and also on the land. It later evolved into a crocodile that you find now. So, theory of evolution says what? That a life starts with the water. Life starts inside the water. So, earlier human was what? A microorganism. And later he became an amphibian, and then later he became what? Like monkey-like. And due to this evolution, finally human being. This was the huge cycle of evolution. He studied this Charles Darwin theory, this evolution. Who are modern day dinosaurs? Birds. After evolution, the birds they shrink down their size. These dinosaurs shrink down their size, and now we can see the birds are there. No? They are the ancestors of these dinosaurs. Okay, the remains were first spotted by some villagers last week when they were. Okay, fine. Phytosaurus tail. Okay. Fossil specimen 6 to 7 feet long, as you can see in the picture. Visible possibly Jurassic age, morphological diversity, long snouted fish eating, short snouted terrestrial pill. So how do we know that the dinosaurs were carnivorous? This tail, or we can say T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, was a carnivorous animal. How do we know that? Because of their jaw. Canines was there. Do human jaw have canines? Yes, at the side. Okay. Distribution: Phytosaurus fossils reported from India, Europe and North America. What does that mean? That previously the earth was the Pangea. Earlier time, in the ancient time, there was no separate there was no separate land. The entire earth was connected. Earth means the land mass was connected. For example, if we see this Africa and this South America, there are evidences which supports the one landmass theory. This Pangea. Haven't you done this in the geography? The single landmass. Pangea. For example, India got separated from Madagascar. Okay. South America and Africa. If you see that, you will find like a puzzle which can be fixed in between. Okay. Have you got the atlas? No, not today. Okay. Oil India discovers natural gas in Andaman shallow offshore block. In the first class, we have discussed that there are some gas discoveries in the Indian subcontinent, in the Jaisalmer region, and now we got the gas discovery at Andaman shallow offshore block. So ONGC, the PSU, Public Sector Undertaking, had in March this year begun drilling of an ultra deep water well, and its name in the Andaman offshore, but the firm has not indicated the result of drilling. So Andaman, can we say where it is located? Southeast, east to the mainland India, na? All right. So what possibilities of getting this gas or oil reserve? Reason being, oil is being extracted. It is fossil fuel, na? Okay, let it be. What is that? Natural gas reserve identifier, Vijayapuram, factual data, exploratory well under the open RK licensing policy, OALP, gas samples confirmed 87% of methane. Methane is flammable or inflammable? Flammable, highly inflammable. Content showing commercial potential after further testing located in offshore block. This not that much of important. Just what you have to pay attention, that methane reserves are there. Okay. Methane reserve only. And for example, if I have to confirm and if I have to observe where the gas reserve, energy reserves are located, which satellite I will use? Any idea? We have studied Earth observation satellite. It is located in the low Earth orbit. The infrared radiation works, and the satellite is ISAT, the SAT series satellite. This is how we discovered where the natural gas or natural resources are present. You were absent on that day? Okay. We studied in the class. Okay. Fine. Key features of Andaman Island. Geography, archipelago of 300 plus island forming a part of Andaman and Nicobar UT, located in the Indian Ocean about, okay, fine, east of the mainland India. Major island, North, Middle and South Andaman, together they call Great Andaman, North plus South, plus Little Andaman Nicobar's lie further south. So Great Andaman and South, Little Andaman. And what channel connecting them is called what? Drunken Passage. Google it. Okay, just Google about Drunken Passage. Little Andaman and Great Andaman. Got it? Topography series of dome-shaped, hill-shaped, highly dissected terrain and saddle peak. Saddle peak is the highest. Right? Ecology rich in tropical rainforest, mangroves, coral reefs and biodiversity hotspot. We all know these terms. Okay? What coral reefs are studied in science, this environment as well, no? Coral reef, no? Okay. So they all are protected areas only. Tropical rainforest. What is tropical evergreen and tropical rainforest? A big difference in them. We'll study in geography or environment. So in Andaman, no, you will find many tropical evergreen forests. They don't shed their leaves. Okay, that's part of Andaman. What type of climate would be there? Mediterranean, equatorial. Yes, that's it. Okay. Next important topic: denotified tribes. DNT. So let's begin with the story. During British era or British period, we can say, some tribes were born. The British categorized them. You are born thieves. Why? Because those tribal people, they have troubled the Britishers. So Britishers gave them tag. You are notified tribes. Notified tribes. That you are indulged in the criminal activities, your kids will get indulged in the criminal activities. So they notified all those tribes as you are a born thief, you are a born robber, you are a born badmash. Fine. And this continued for a longer time, even after the independence. Okay. But soon or later, the government of India came with an amendment and they denotified those tribes. They denotified that okay, we cannot tag some tribal people that you are born criminals. Okay, criminals are not born; they are made. Fine. So who imposed a tag on them? Britishers. Why? Because they troubled their empire. They challenged their empire. For example, Meena in Rajasthan, it's a tribe. Okay. Or also there was other tribe as well, Bhil. Okay. Bhil in Rajasthan and part of Gujarat, and the tribal Gond tribe, Odisha. So this was the concept about this denotified tribe. Reason being, why were denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes classified as criminal group in the colonial era? What did the IDATE Commission recommend? Important one. What was the problem with seed scheme rolled out by the Social Justice Ministry? Why do community leaders demand a separate classification for DNTs, that is denotified tribe? So what the entire issue is, I've briefed you that how it all started. So previously they were notified tribes, they were considered to be the born criminals. कि भाई मर्डर तुम नहीं किया है, कहीं भी crime हो गया, for example, crime committed anywhere, any place. So what comes into the picture first? That notified tribe. But later on, the government of India denotified them. कि ठीक है वो आप criminal नहीं है, ऐसा किसी को मान नहीं सकते that you are a born criminal. Then why the courts and all इंडिया में कोर्ट वगैरह फिर क्यों है? If you have to pass on the blame outrightly, then what the meaning of court, what the meaning of trial to prove ना कि who committed the murder, who committed the crime. So this is the reason being why notified tribes were denotified. Fine. Let's go to this. Development and Welfare Board for denotified and nomadic and semi-nomadic. What are nomadic? People travel from one place to another. They are nomads now. Okay. In the nomadic tribe, we can say Rebari group in Rajasthan. Communities members wrote to the Prime Minister seeking permanent commission status, staff funds and financial powers about denotified, nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes. Who they are? Denotified tribes, DNT, communities once listed under the Criminal Tribes Act 1871 by British, branded as a born criminal. This is the important thing. UPSC may ask this question that who are denotified tribes and under which act they were notified. Nomadic tribes, continuous migration for livelihood, salt trading, animals rearing, folk entertainment. Semi-nomadic tribe follow the less frequent. These are some categorization of those nomadic and semi-nomadic and DNTs. Fine. Next, PVTGs, particularly vulnerable tribal group. Can we mark some tribal groups? We have just marked, no? Number 1, Bhil. Number 2, Meena. 3rd, Gond. 4, Chakma. Tribes of Andaman Nicobar, Jarwa, Ong tribe. These are some tribes of Andaman and Nicobar. Chakma tribe, Gond, Meena, Bhil. These are the most famous tribal groups. There are others as well. For example, Gauri tribe, kind of. Okay. So these tribes can be found in the major part of India. Gond, Bhil, Chakma, Jarwa, Ong, Andaman and Nicobar tribes. Okay. So what are PVTGs? Tribals are there. The word tribal has been formed, but what are particularly vulnerable tribal groups? They are the least beneficiaries. Least. For example, I have house, but small one. Somebody has this penthouse, 14 rooms something. I have a small house. Somebody has this hut only. Somebody is sleeping on the footpath and somebody is in the jungle and is most vulnerable. So these are those people. PVTGs. The Ministry of Tribal Affairs has asked the Census Commissioner to enumerate particularly vulnerable tribal groups separately in the upcoming census. So they have demanded, the ministry itself is try to categorizing to exclude them from the normal tribal population. Because they still live in the jungle, they wear traditional outfits, they are completely different from the mainstream tribal people. So they are trying to create the PVTG tribes in the separate category. Okay. Just for their benefit only. Huh? Okay. About PVTGs, who are they? PVTGs are subcategory of a scheduled tribe identifies as the most vulnerable, most disadvantaged among tribal. Is that clear? The concept came from the Debhar Commission. Note it down. It's an important. Debhar Commission, 1960 to 61, which recommended special focus for groups facing greater backwardness. Backwardness is there, but the greater one. Fine. Initially, 52 groups were identified in the 5-year plan. We understand, no? This 5-year plan, read it, no? 1974 to 1979, later 23 were added in 2006, now 75 groups in total. What are their habitat? Spread across 18 states and Andaman Nicobar Island. There is Balgas in MP, Chhattisgarh, Abuj, Marias, Jarvas, Ong, Sentinelese. You have studied about the Sentinelese and they are untouched. Okay. Champens as well. Yeah. So why do people prefer to live in the jungle? They consider that jungle is their natural habitat. Fine. They have not evolved with the time. They are nature lover as well. Right? Okay. Okay, the most controversial and most demanding question of this year. Supreme Court ruling on Aravali. Definition triggers huge protest in Rajasthan. Why this news was in transition? Because the Supreme Court has granted this Aravali as a hill. What status they have given? See, Aravali had a status of hill, na? So Supreme Court declared it null and void. Aravali is no more a hill. Fine. This is just an object like. So activists demand that Aravali range spread across Gujarat, Rajasthan. If we draw a map, be friendly with the map. Huh? Can you draw? No? Okay. If we draw this map, here is the expansion of this Aravali like this. Okay, this is Rajasthan. Rajasthan and Gujarat. So spread of the this Aravali, it covers how many states? How many? Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, and one UT, Delhi. Okay, it reaches up to the Delhi. Okay. Can you name the name? Can you name the hill? Raisana. The place on our parliament is there. It is on the Aravali hill itself, but at very low level. Okay. Slope is there, but it's not completely the hill. Haryana and Delhi be declared an ecological critical area, and that the use of raw stone mine from the hill be stopped. So what would be the implication of this status if the status be snatched? What will happen? What could be the outcome? Because local mining mafia can now freely extract the rocks and the minerals from the Aravali if it is no longer enjoy the status of a hill. Can mining mafia do that? Yes, of course. If I am using if I am mining for my personal use, a public space, nobody is there to stop me. And if Aravali is no longer enjoying this protected status, mining mafia can do what? They can create chaos. They can mine like anything. They will dig out the entire Aravali, and no legal backing to prevent these activities. The Supreme Court maybe facts are misunderstood. Okay. The Supreme Court recent acceptance of Union Environment Institute definition of the Union Environment Ministry definitions of the Aravalli Hills restricting the range to landforms with an elevation of more than 100 meters has triggered widespread protests across the Rajasthan. What it actually means that if this elevation is below 100 meters, we cannot consider this as a what? Hill or mountain? Hills. So this political leader, environmental activists, social media influencers, they came into the picture and they demanded their status for the Aravalli, that don't snatch it. Fine. So Aravalli range in the Rajasthan consisting of the hills lower than 100 meters. See, this line is important. If it is below 100 meters, will no longer be classified as the protected range. This was in the judgment. So, do you think this judgment is biased in favor of Khanan mafias, land mafias? Yes, no? Because the beneficiary of this decision would be whom? The mining mafias. They can dig. See, basically, Aravalli is used for what? This bulldozer come, they extract the rocks and minerals from these hills, and they are creating this. They are doing this for their own benefit only. Fine. So Aravalli enjoys a protection under the Act, but this decision will no longer keep the Aravalli under the protection. Okay. So according to available data, only 1048 of nearly and 1.6 lakh hillocks in the state meet the 100-meter criteria, effectively excluding the vast majority from regulatory safeguard. Fine. So you understood what this whole about, what this whole judgment was about. Okay. Fine. Okay. Question. So from now we'll do the PYQs. Okay. Consider the following type of vehicles. Okay, after lunch we will do that. Okay. Be ready with the PYQs. Huh? We'll cover all the PYQs. Okay. All right. Hello. Fine. So as we discussed, we'll start the UPSC pre-quiz from now. Okay. You're preparing for KS? UPSC? Okay. All right. Consider the following types of vehicles: full battery, electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. So how many of the above are considered as alternate powertrain vehicles? Alternate. We have just studied in the previous slides the distributed energy sources, batteries, fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. What could be the answer? See, if I had to attempt this question in a real life scenario during the exam, I would emphasize first this fuel cell. Just forget about this one, electric hybrid vehicles. Keyword, hydrogen fuel. Again, the cleanest energy and the distributed energy source, battery. So these are the hidden keywords in this statement: battery, hydrogen fuel, and fuel cell. Can I mark all the three? Explanation: alternative powertrains include propulsion system that are not based exclusively on the internal combustion engine. This may include hybrid. So now the hybrids, full battery, electrics, hydrogen fuel cell, and compressed air, and many other types. Types of EVs: battery electric vehicle, BEV, fully powered by electricity. They are more efficient compared to the hybrid and plug-in hybrids. Hybrid is what? They can operate on two modes. Okay? Hybrid electric vehicle, HEV, the vehicle uses both the internal combustion, जो कि इंजन में पेट्रोल से भी चल सकता है, usually petrol engine and the battery powered motor powertrain. Do we have any hybrid vehicle in India जो पेट्रोल और बैटरी दोनों से चलेगा? No. Either full battery, yeah, CNG and petrol we can have, but battery and petrol, no combination in India. These vehicles are not efficient as fully electric. So this is what your answer, that why in India there is no hybrid vehicles like petrol plus battery or plug-in hybrid vehicles. Plug-in hybrid vehicles, PHEV, use both an internal combustion engine and a battery charged from an external socket. They have plug. So currently India is not having PHEV. Okay. We have this fully powered by electric. Next question we can discuss. In the context of electric vehicle batteries, consider the following elements: cobalt, graphite, lithium, nickel. Cobalt, can we say that this cobalt can be used in semiconductors? Yes? Cobalt. Graphite. Lithium you know na, lithium ion battery वाला lithium. तो ये तो पक्का कर सकते हैं. This is what we can use. Nickel. Can we use nickel or cobalt? Nickel. Okay, let's check the answer. Try to attempt this question as you are sitting in the exam hall. Fine. If it goes wrong, no worries. Well, it's a try. Okay, so first read the this explanation. An electric battery consists of one or more electrochemical cell which comprise two electrode, ठीक है, an anode and a cathode and an electrotype. Okay, classification of batteries are there. Okay, nickel is there, cadmium, metahydride and lithium ion. So secondary batteries come into a number of varieties such as lead acid batteries found in automobiles. Nickel is there, cadmium, nickel metal hydride, lithium ion was also there. What left? Graphite and cobalt. Again. So what could be the answer? Graphite is there, nickel is there, lithium is there, cobalt or graphite? Only? I think cobalt would be there. Three would be the answer. C would be the answer. Okay. Because cobalt comprise of this electrode batteries of, okay, which will tick. Cobalt would be there. Next question, consider following. Cigarette butts. This cigarette, this one. Eyeglass lenses, car tires. How many of them contain plastic? All the three. पक्का? लॉक कर दें? Okay. अच्छा, car tire में which type of plastic is used in the car tires? Poly? What kind of tires? What kind of plastic it can be used? It can be used as a hard plastic. Okay. And it also contains the hard rubber. Okay. Eyeglass lenses, obviously some sort of microplastic is there. So all three is the answer, but the point is, so is it harmful for the environment if we burn them? Yes. And if we talk about the microplastic, MP, let's take a real life scenario. They चाय वाले होते हैं ना, टी vendors, they have a cups. वो छोटे छोटे जो cups होते हैं उनके पास इस तरह के. Okay. अब now we look at this glass, वो देखने में बड़ा fancy लगता है. It appears very fancy. Okay, this design is there and all. But when the hot water gets into it, जब hot water we pour the hot chai in that glass, it's having the plastic covering inside of it. So when this hot chai pour into the water, the microplastic get dissolved in this tea. Because soft plastic, it can mix with this tea. इस चाय के साथ ये microplastic mix हो जाएगा. So around millions of microplastic particle would mix with this chai. इसके साथ mix हो जाएगा. Just because this temperature is very high. ठंडा पानी हो, that is fine. But due to this high temperature chai, this shape will change. Not the cup shape, but the interior, the molecular structure will get changed. And the microplastic will get inserted in this chai, which cause cancer. So cancer होता है. Okay. So for the next time, avoid using that plastic cup chai. Fine. Same with single use plastic. Many times government emphasize on this. जो मार्केट में पन्नियाँ आती हैं छोटी छोटी, that banana carry plastic, that carry bags, so they are very harmful because it cannot be recycled, the single use plastic, and cannot be eradicated from the environment. They always remain. Either you burn it or whatever you do, you cannot recycle the single use. Okay, fine. Any doubt? Not at all. Yeah, see, take. They are made up of cellulose acetate, a man-made plastic material. You can write it down, cellulose acetate. It's an important term. Man-made plastic material contain hundreds of toxic chemicals, while cigarette filters are all the plastic part of, but can take up to the 10 years to completely degrade. Means मान लीजिए फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमने कभी टूथब्रश किया होगा अपना, वी हैव यूज्ड इन अवर चाइल्डहुड दैट टूथब्रश ना, वो कहीं ना कहीं अभी होगा, दैट विल बी स्टिल फ्लोटिंग समवेयर, बिकॉज it take 10 years for that microplastic thing. So imagine about that toothbrush, it will still be in somewhere environment roaming around some dumping yard. So this is the severity of plastic. It cannot be degraded with the time. The chemicals they release on the remain in the environment for many more years. The life of the cigarette butt itself. Okay. Eyeglass lenses. The process of polishing eyeglass lenses generates a substantial amount of microplastic, which are released into wastewater that indicate the lens themselves are made of plastic material. Car tires, tire wears estimated to be the largest source of microplastic entering the aquatic environment. What if in case of if this microplastic enter into the this aquatic environment? What may happen? Let's say in the last class, no, I took an example of bioaccumulation. You know, na? Okay, you know, then you will tell me. Okay, what is bioaccumulation? Let's suppose there is a fish. If Janada. There is a fish. Okay. Fine, fish. Now fish consumes some part of this microplastic. Okay. What will happen? This microplastic will somewhere in his bloodstream or it will get stored for the permanent inside this fish. Fine. And what is the source of this plastic? The stream, the pollution in the stream is single-use plastic. Let's suppose a poly bag. You're not getting no. This poly bag, let's say I dumped into the sea water. Now after 10 years, some microplastic, some micro level plastic will be dissolved in the water. Micro level. And these micro level plastic consumed by whom? Fish. Now this micro level plastic is subsumed and stored permanently inside this fish body. Now will happen what? A seagull will come, okay, an eagle or seagull. What he will do? It will eat the fish. It will hunt it down. Now what will happen? This plastic will transfer to eagle. Then later, eagle is consumed by some human. What will happen? Same plastic transfer to the. So this is what we call bioaccumulation, which simply means this plastic will reach on top of the food chain. Who comes top in the food chain? Humans or animals? Didn't get it? Any, you see, you looks confused. What happened? Oh, see, bioaccumulation is a part of biomagnification itself. There's a minor change in that, because in last class I discussed this bioaccumulation as well. Okay, yeah, this is biomagnification, but the storage part we can say bioaccumulation itself. Yeah, that is process of the biomagnification. Right? Okay, comes to the next question. Yeah. Because in last class I discussed this Arctic waste and grasshopper effect. Studied about this. For example, if an impurity, if a plastic again went down in the stream, pond or river something. For example, any sort of waste material, soon or later it gets evaporated with the time along with the water. For example, urea, DAP, diammonium phosphate, it will get evaporate. Fine. So now what will happen? We all know that what's the process of rain. So it will get evaporate and reaching on the top, it will get condensed. Fine. And after condensation, these impurities will again strike to some other parts along with the rain. And this process being repeated so many times. Reason being, heating effect was there. Due to heating effect, evaporation done, and gradually they reach the Arctic poles, the Arctic region. Is there any heating effect in the Arctic region? So these impurities remains in this Arctic region forever. This is what we call grasshopper effect. Because the basic conduct of the grasshopper is what? It travels from one place to another. So replace grasshopper with the impurity. Fine. Okay. Try to attempt this question. Consider following substances: ethanol, nitroglycerin, and urea. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of how many of them? Try to make a logical guess. Then we shall discuss it. Ethanol, we all know. From where do we extract the ethanol? Sugarcane, yes, molasses. Nitroglycerin, no. Urea is for the crop, na? Now the question is demanding coal gasification technology can be coal. You've seen the answer? Okay. Okay, let it be. Okay, answer is B, fine. Let's go for the explanation part. Coal gasification is a process that transforms coal into synthetic gas. Okay. Synthetic gas, syngas, consisting of mixture of gases such as carbon monoxide. We have discussed about this carbon monoxide. It directly travels to the bloodstream. Hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, and CH4 and water vapor. So syngas produced from the coal gasification can be used in the productive synthetic natural gas, energy fuel, methanol and ethanol, ammonia, or for fertilizer and petrochemicals. Fine. So answer would be the B. With reference to the monoclonal antibodies, during science and tech lectures, I have discussed about this molecular scissor, no? and nanotech. So question is on the same line with reference to the monoclonal antibodies often mentioned in news. Consider the following statements. They are man-made proteins. Number one, they stimulate immunological function due to their ability to bind to specific antigens. You know what antigens are? No? Okay. They are used in treating viral infections like that of Nipah virus. Nipah virus from Kerala. What could be the smart guess? 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3. 2 and 3. Option B. Reason? Okay. What are monoclonal antibodies? Mono, single. Antibodies means that present in our blood. Antibody which helps to keep regulate our immune system. These are antibodies. Often mentioned in news. Monoclonal. Try to emphasize on this word. Is it 2 and 3 now? Stimulate immunological function. Okay, you make a smart guess that antibody is there. So immunological function. Okay, they are treating in viral infection. Okay, just answer me one thing. In the line 3rd, statement 3, do virus need a living host? Okay, done. So can an antibody treat virus? Think of it. If a virus enters a body, can our white blood cell deal with this? Okay, let's check the answer. D. 1, 2 and 3. Obviously, monoclonal antibody, this question was from science and tech. They are not natural. It is a man-made only. Yeah, but you guess smartly. 2 and 3, obviously. So, read about this explanation. Monoclonal antibodies are lab-made proteins that mimic the immune system ability to fight off harmful invaders. Okay. Their immunological activities are based on binding the specific ligand or antigen and may also depend on other effective function, encompassing a wide range of clinical indication. MABs represent a large class of therapeutic biological product that continue. Okay, fine. Read the last line. Monoclonal antibodies have been explored as a treatment option for viral infection as well, including the Nipah virus. It was in news for the last time. The origin of Nipah virus was from where? Which? Kerala. So monoclonal antibodies, mainly it is a lab-made protein. Fine. And it acts as a immunity driver. Fine? Okay. Okay. On the same line, no virus can survive in ocean water. No virus can infect bacteria. No virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity in the host cell. Or what could be the smart guess? Can virus survive on ocean water? all are incorrect. Because see, virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity in the host cell. That all we know. So by citing that no virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity, that seems some unobvious. And also virus needs a living host. Fine. And also virus can change, and it immediately made the new script. This what makes virus untraceable. No virus can infect bacteria. What about the gut bacteria? Good bacteria present inside our body. Can the virus infect it? Yes. Okay. But it's written no. Fine. And no virus can survive in ocean water. Yeah, living host. Very good. Needs. So okay, let's check this answer. Is that D now? Okay. Yes. A number of studies have investigated the ability of a virus to survive in a marine ecosystem and be transported from their sources to the marine beaches or shellfish waters, shallow waters. Okay. Virus can infect a variety of living organisms, including bacteria, scientific name, plants and animals. Okay. Any example of virus infected plant? Any sort of example? Can we say this plants are living creature? Yes, it's a living being. Obvious. So it can be infected. Virus may also change cellular transcription activity and protein interactions, promoting efficient production of progeny virus. For some virus, specific cellular biochemical functions may be simulated in order to enhance virus replication. So you can observe that in UPSC exam, base level question has been the basic understanding has been tested. No need for some fancy words and all. Okay. If you know the basic, you can solve the question. Okay, move ahead to the further question. Okay, try to solve this. Consider the following statements. Activated carbon is good and attractive tool to remove pollutants from effluent streams and to remediate contaminants from the various industries. Statement 1. Statement 2. Activated carbon exhibits a large surface area and a strong potential for absorbing heavy metals. In the class, I have always talked about these heavy metals, and the question is revolving around these heavy metals. When you solve the PYQs thrice, 4 times, 6 times, you'll always get to know this heavy metals are always being mentioned. Activated carbon can easily synthesizes from environmental waste with high carbon content. Why this line was added? Try to apply some logic, common sense plus smart guessing. Activated carbon is what? It is to deal with the impurity. The base, we use carbon for artificial filters, to filter out water. Try to make some logical guess. But carbon itself is a pollutant. Why this question being asked? Statement 1 says the activated carbon is a good and an attractive tool to remove pollutants. We can justify this statement, otherwise UPSC wouldn't have asked it. Large surface area and a strong potential to absorb heavy metals. Heavy metals. How a carbon can absorb heavy metals? Statement third, activated carbon can be easily synthesized from environmental waste with high carbon content. 1 and 3, Activated carbon नहीं पता. Carbon पता है? You know the carbon. Activated carbon is something to treat impurity. Right? Okay, let's jump to the solution. Answer A. Both statement second and third are correct, and both of them explain statement 1, which simply means 2 and third they are correct and they are explaining this one. Now try to make interconnection. Which simply means that all the statements are correct. It's a basic science and tech question. Okay. So now you got the idea. See, UPSC whenever ask in this good faith, this is a good and attractive tool. That is fine. Don't emphasize on it. Is a good. Otherwise, UPSC would not ask about the negative terms. Yeah, until or unless it is sulfur emission, carbon emission, nitrogen, NOx emission. So these are the basic level, but this we can make a smart guess, smart move, even if we don't know about anything about it. Okay, it can be easily synthesized. That's the reason why he is asking. Exhibits a large surface area and a strong potential to absorb heavy metals. Yes. Reason behind asking this question is to environment, cleaning plus science and tech. Okay. Activated carbon is man-made. Could be. Okay. Consists of wide range of carbonized materials that are characterized by a high porosity. Porous. Okay. And large surface area because of its outstanding properties. Activated carbon is utilized in several applications such as purification of drinking water, wastewater treatment, separation of gases and pollutant. Haven't you seen the natural filter? Use carbon in. If you take a cotton cloth, put carbon inside it and make a natural filter and tie on the knot of the bottle and trickle down this bottle. The water will get filtered automatically from sand and some pollutant as well. Any doubt with regards to that? I'll give you the PPT, okay? Activated carbon is produced from environmental waste with high carbon content, hence third is also correct. Fine. This is an important one, PYQ. Next, consider the following statement. Statement 1. Studies indicate that carbon dioxide emission are from cement industry account for more than 5% of global carbon emission. This data comes from the official release or official publication. For example, carbon emission report published by this IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. So it becomes important to read all those reports. But not all these, the relevant part only. Statement 2, silica bearing clay is mixed. Silica bearing clay mixed with limestone while manufacturing cement. We all know that limestone is the primary object to manufacturing cement. And limestone is found where? Salinity. Okay. In India, can we found limestone? Yes. Limestone is converted into lime during clinker reproduction for cement manufacture. See, when the students have faced this question now, they have applied logical common sense. Try to catch the theme. Why would UPSC ask this question? What's positive, what's negative in this? Try to figure out. First go for the option. Both statement 1 and 2nd and 3rd are correct. And both of them explain statement 1. This is a recent trend. This is 2025 paper. Both statements 2nd and 3rd are correct. One of the statements, only one of the statements 2nd and statement 3rd is correct. And that explains statement 1. So we have to make a smart guess between this D. They both are same. A and B somehow. Both are telling both the statement 2 and 3rd are correct. Both the statement 3rd and 2nd are correct. So from the question A and this option from A and B, we came to the conclusion that okay, in A and B, statement 2nd and 3rd, it is showing that correct. Any guess? Option A? Okay. Studies indicate the CO2 emission from cement industry account for more than 5% global. Okay. And statement 2, silica pairing clays mixed with limestone while manufacturing. See, this statement 2 is correct. Hey. Okay. Because in the last class, I've told you that sometimes the data is always right. But some students misguided that okay, this 5% is given, okay, I'll correct it wrong. But nowadays the question comes with the data, we can anticipate it's a right option. So as per World Economic Forum, the cement industry is responsible for approximately 8% of global CO2 emission. The two major sources of these emissions are what? Calcination of limestone. The primary input to create the cement is what? Limestone. And combustion of fossil fuels during cement production. So statement 1 is correct. Fine. Second, in the production of cement, raw materials like limestone, a source of calcium carbonate, and a clay or a shale rich in silica, alumina or iron. Oh, okay, just tell me one thing. We daily use this silica, alumina and this limestone in which household product? Daily we use that. Morning 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Toothpaste. Okay. These materials are then heated in kilns to produce clinkers. Clinkers is nothing but a subcategory. The key intermediate product in the cement, hence statement 2nd is correct. CO2 is a byproduct of chemical conversion process used in the production of a clinkers, a component of cement in which limestone CaCO3 is converted to. ठीक है. So option A was correct. Okay, I have already discussed this, what happened exactly in the COP28. Read the question and try smart logical guessing. Option D. Neither statement 2 nor third is correct. Okay. At the 28th UN Climate Change Conference, the COP28, India refrained from signing the Declaration on Climate and Health. Fine. Statement 2, the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health is binding. No, it's not binding. And if signed, it becomes mandatory to decarbonize the health sector. It is not binding. Then then why the reason of not signing this COP28? There could be a binding term. See, what we know that India has refrained from signing declaration, but why? Either there could be a binding declaration, binding clause would be there. Third, if India's health sector is decarbonized, the resilience of its healthcare system may be compromised. Maybe. This keyword, maybe. Now what would be the answer? Huh? Option D. Yes. May not be compromised. Okay, let's check. But statement 1 and 2, this should be answer C. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. And that explains statement 1. So we know that both 2 are correct. Because binding term could be there. But only one of them explains statement 1. Which statement? Obviously, the second one. The second one explain which one? Statement 1, 2 and 3 are correct now. So which explains statement 1? Statement 2. Because it was binding. That is a single reason why India refrained from signing this COP28. In which city this COP28 was held? No. What was the main agenda? Decarbonize or reduce down the emission. Reducing emission, na? Also, India did not sign the global methane pledge. Reason we all know why India did not sign global methane pledge. Because India is a country where live stock is there in the major numbers. Okay? Seems confused? No? COP28 is important. COP, Conference of Parties, 28th Declaration. Okay. Have a look on it. Okay. Scientific studies suggest the shift taking place in Earth's rotation and axis. Statement 1. Statement 2. Solar flares and associated coronal mass ejection bombarded Earth's outermost atmosphere with tremendous amount of energy. Statement 3 says, as the Earth polarized melts, the water tends to move toward the equator. Statement third. In the statement third, the concept of ocean currents follows, because from equator the hot stream flows and from poles the cooler stream flows toward the equator. So water tends to move towards the equator. Okay, smart guess again. Scientific studies suggest a shift is taking place in the Earth rotation and axis. That simply means Earth's rotation and axis. For example, this is Earth. If I draw the axis, if it slightly shifts, this is angle, degree. If it shifts, वो ऐसे हो जाए, अभी तो टेढ़ा है, this slightly on the slant height. What if in case of the 0.1 degree change? What will happen? Scientific studies suggest that a shift is taking place in the Earth's rotation and axis. That's true. Statement second, solar flares are associated. Coronal mass ejection bombarded the Earth's outermost atmosphere with a tremendous amount of energy. Can't it be true? Solar flares obviously consist energy, na? Any option? It's talking about Earth's polar ice. The glaciers are melt. Try to decode the question. The water tends to move towards the equator. What could be the smart guess? One of the statement second and third is correct, and that explains statement 1. Option C, done? C. Option B. What was B? Both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. You have marked C, na? Only one of the statement. There are minor difference only between B and C. Try to connect again. The B is the answer. The why B would be the answer. Reason being, statement 1 that we already marked correct. And in the option C, what you have choose, only one statement, only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. What was the doubt in the third? As we all know, statement 1 was correct. अर्थ का एक्सिस तो रोटेट हो ही रहा है, चेंज होता है. अच्छा, थर्ड वाला. ओके, थर्ड. You are confused in that. Oh, fine. Okay, have a look on it. Explanation part. Read the third statement. This redistribution of mass alters the moment of inertia of the planet, causing a wobble or drift in Earth's rotational axis. Third is correct. The water will flow towards the equator. Fine. Scientific studies, including those conducted by the NASA propulsion laboratory, confirms the shift. That is fine. We already know the statement 1 was correct. And a phenomena was known as polar wander. Could be asked in the exam. Or true polar drift. over the past century, the position of the Earth's rotation. So why Earth's rotational axis gets changed? It's a normal phenomenon. It gets changed with the time by several meters, and this movement has accelerated in recent decades. Fine. Primary driver of this shift is mass redistribution on the Earth's surface. Mass redistribution. On the Earth's surface, particularly due to the climate-induced ice melt and groundwater depletion. Fine. Is it true that solar flares are coronal mass ejections? CME bombarded Earth's upper atmosphere with disturbing the magnetosphere. This is Earth, North Pole, South Pole. Hence the statement 2 is also correct. However, these electromagnetic disturbances do not affect Earth's physical rotation or axial position. Hence, statement second is also correct. All right. Any doubt? Okay, this is something factual question. Which one of the following launched the Nature Solution Finance Hub for Asia and Pacific? Asia and Pacific. So as we all know, this is talking about Asia and Pacific. So what bank we can accept? Okay, have 20-second time, then we can answer this question. Any smart guess? This is the last 20-25 paper. B. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. New Development Bank, NDB. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, no. D cannot be there. D for Delhi would not be there. The NDB, no, NDB cannot be there. Yes, in between A and B. In between A and B, the answer false. Because it's talking about Asia, na? Asian Development Bank and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. What happened to her? She gone? Okay. Okay, let's jump to the answer. Let's check. See, we got confused between two, na, A and B. ADB is there, fine. Okay. Because this Asian was there and Asian was there. But it was the development bank. China has a major stake in that, okay? And Infrastructure Investment Bank, it wasn't correct. In 2023, the Asian Development Bank launched the Nature Solution Finance Hub for Asia and the Pacific. This initiative is aimed at scaling up financing for nature-based solutions (NBS) to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and disaster risk in the region. Okay, another, try to make a good guess. Is she coming? Okay. Option D. Okay. Give any option. What would you mark in the real exam? D. Option C. 2 and 3. Okay, let's check. Whenever you attempt such type of question, read in between the lines, okay? CO2 emissions in India are less than 0.5 CO2 per capita. Okay. In terms of CO2 emission from fuel combustion, India ranks second in the Asia Pacific region. Could be after the China. Electricity and heat producers are the largest source of CO2 emission in India. India's energy dependence is heavily relied upon the coal power plant. Okay. Okay, let's check. Less than 0.5. Let's see. Option C. Okay. So according to International Energy Agency (IEA), India's per capita CO2 emissions stood at approximately 2 tons in 2023, which significantly higher than 0.5 tons, although still well below the global average of around 4. Take it, numbers doesn't matter. India is the second largest emitter of CO2 after China from fuel combustion in the Asia Pacific region. Behind China, the country's rapid economic growth, rising energy demand and continued reliance on fossil fuels, particularly coal, have contributed to this status. This has been corroborated by the IEA. Where is the headquarters of IEA? International Energy Agency. Read about this, huh? The IEA and Global Carbon Atlas data. The statement second would also be correct. Electricity and heat production sector is the largest contributor to CO2 emission. Why? Again, coal burning process, no? As per IEA's emission data, more than 50% of India's energy related to the CO2 emissions, and in recent years have come from coal-based power generation. This is the exact lines what IEA has mentioned in their report, which remains the dominant source of electricity in the country. Fine. So what India is doing to curb this emission, switching towards the clean energy. Okay. Yeah. Forcing upon the hydrogen-based energy fuels. Okay. And renewable energy sources. Okay. Solar panels, wind turbines, kind of thing. So this is what India is taking step. Okay, again, please try to attempt this. This is something tricky. अच्छा जो भी इसको सॉल्व करेगा ना I'll give him a chocolate. Option B, two only. Marine phytoplanktons and photosynthetic bacteria produce about 50% of the world's ocean. Okay. Well oxygenated surface water contains several folds higher oxygen than that in atmospheric air. Rainforests produce more oxygen than that of produced by ocean. Can't it be true? Why? Okay. Okay, we know that rainforests consist good amount of good number of plants, trees. So, what present in the ocean? What are the replacement which produces more oxygen than rainforest? Ocean produce more oxygen comparatively to the rainforest. What could be the reason that what is the primary source of by oceans produce more oxygen? Phytoplankton. Correct. Option 1 is wrong. Option 2, marine phytoplankton and photosynthetic bacteria produce about 50% of the world oxygen. That's also true. I mean that is true. Third, well oxygenated surface. What surface they are? Water contains several folds higher than oxygen than that in atmospheric air. Can it be true? Option itself says, see, carefully observe the options. We know that first is not correct. And we know that second is correct. Could be the answer, okay? So always see the options first. Then read, then switch back to the options. Okay. Please read the explanation. Scientific estimate roughly half of the oxygen. Look at the solution. What is the role of phytoplanktons in the marine life? They produce oxygen. Can marine animals eat them? Marine animals thrive on phytoplanktons, yes. And how do they look like? Microorganism, na? Okay, scientists estimate that roughly half of the oxygen produced on Earth comes from the ocean. That's obviously correct. The majority of this production is from oceanic plankton. drifting plants, algae and some bacteria that can photosynthesize, can make his own food. One particular species, Prochlocrocus, whatever it is the smallest photosynthetic organism on the earth. Prochlocrocus, smallest photosynthetic organism on the earth, but this little bacteria produce up to 20% of the oxygen in our entire biosphere. Just named it plankton only. Plankton are nothing but the microorganisms who travel or float on the surface of ocean. That's a higher percentage than all of the tropical rainforest on land combined. It's important to remember that although the ocean produces at least 50% of the oxygen on the earth, roughly the same amount is consumed by marine life. So by this para we can estimate how important oceans are and why we are constantly emphasizing that we should not dump in the oceans. It can kill the marine life and planktons as well. And statement 1 is not correct. Fine. Okay, what kind of planktons are present in the ocean? Zooplankton and phytoplankton. Zooplankton zooplankton is not a microorganism, okay? But phytoplankton can make his own food using photosynthesis, but not zooplankton. Okay. Oxygen content is highest in the surface of the water. ठीक है. Surface water is oxygen produced by phytoplankton through photosynthesis. Respiration is also occurring on the surface of water, but the rate of photosynthetic oxygen production is greater than the rate of removal through respiration, which simply means that if a plant on the Earth's surface produces an oxygen can be consumed at the surface of land itself, but the oxygen which is produced by the marine life is consumed less by marine life itself. For example, there is a factory where 4 workers are producing food or making food, but they are consumed by two workers only. Half of the workers consume the food what they have made now, and on the another side there are 6 workers. They are producing food and they consumed by only one. Which is better? It's not, because they are producing more and consuming less. They are producing equal but consuming more. This is the sole difference between oxygen produced by the plant on the land and oxygen produced by ocean and consumed by the marine life. Doubt? Okay. Try to solve it. Question from the history part, ancient. Whose title are they? And also tell which dynasty they belongs to. Have you gone through this Tamil Nadu NCR, this Tamil Nadu board book, history? The same question is from there. There is a chapter, the Pallava dynasty. Option C, Nursing Varman 1. Okay. How about Mahendra Varman 1? Actually, Nursing Varman 1 was in indulgent fight. Same like Nursing Varman 2. Always remember one logic that if a king is indulged in more fight and his focus is only on to expand the areas, borders and capturing, annexing the other territories, he can never do such thing. Art and culture, and he cannot write some poems or something else. He always indulge in the fight. Vichitra Chitra means creative mind. Gun Bhara means full of qualities. Okay, Nursing Varman was from which dynasty? Pallava? Yes. And Mahendra Varman, 2 from Pallava. Also from Pallava dynasty. Any smart guess? This is outright question, whether you know or you know, but you can also connect between. Okay, I'll give you two choices: Mahendra Varman 1 or Nursing Varman 1. What it could be? Nursing Varman. Okay. Option A. Okay, let's check. Option A, Mahendra Varman 1. How? See, I've told you that Nursing Varman 1 was always indulged in the fight. He was on the fight mode. Become the ruler after his father Simhavishnu. Under him, the Pallavas became a major political power. He was a king with many accomplishments. He is known for his literary work, temple building activities, and he was also a skilled veena player. He promoted many artistic activities like drama, painting, music. So who comes first, Mahendra Varman 1 or Nursing Varman first? M and then N. Okay. Okay, look at his titles. Mat Vilasa, addicted to pleasures. Chitra Karapuli, tiger among the painters. Fine. Lalitan Kura, charming offspring. Gunbhara, victorious. Chatkari, temple builder. And Vichitra Chitra, that is curious minded. So at least 2 or 3 titles you should remember for the exam purpose. Mainly this Gunbhadra, which has been asked by the UPSC itself. Vichitra Chitra. Fine. What happened? Headache? Fine, na? Okay, fine. Very common question in the UPSC 2025. Fayan. The Chinese pilgrim traveled to the India during the reign of Fayan. Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II was from which dynasty? This Gupta, na? Gupta dynasty. Actually, all are from Gupta dynasty itself. Kumar Gupta was known for Nalanda University. Fine. Samudra Gupta was famous for playing veena. He minted his own coins. He minted coins in the name of God, Samudra Gupta. Also, if you go to the Bihar Museum, the Patna Museum, you will get to see that coin minted by Samudra Gupta, he is playing veena on them. That coins itself portraying that he was a veena player. Okay, fine. So during Chandragupta II regime, this Fayan came. Why? What triggered Fayan to came to India? To study Buddhist literature, because and to dig more about what Gautam Buddha's teaching was in there in India. Fayan stayed here. Fayan stayed in India for many years and he studied a lot about Buddha's teaching. Okay. So in Indian history, Gupta's age is considered to be the golden age of knowledge sharing. Right? So always mark Kumar Gupta for Nalanda. Can you name any scholar from the Nalanda? It's important. And who burned the Nalanda University? Bhakti Archaeology. Okay. Some people says and write in their books that when Nalanda caught fire, the fire remained active for 1 month. Chandragupta II, Fayan came, and what Fayan written down in his book about the India. Fayan mentioned some important point that he mentioned about Chandals. Number 1, they were untouchables. Second, he said roots are safe. Punishment is not that severe. Okay. And decline of Buddhism. Decline of Buddhism. Why? Because Buddhism criticizes the modern time practice like Brahmanism. Buddhism says that we need not to go temple to attain the God. It is present everywhere. Okay. Known as Chandragupta Vikramaditya. See, this is also important. The title of this Chandragupta. He was the one who attained this title, Vikramaditya. Fine. Is remembered for his patronage of art and you know this. Studied completely this, credited with the maintained 9 luminaries Navratna. What was the other medieval ruler who kept this Navratna in his court? Krishnadevaraya's and medieval or Mughal ruler, Akbar, right? Tansen and this Birbal, yeah, okay. They were the Ratnas. So if we talk about Chandragupta II's Navratna, Kalidas was one of them. Can you name any poem written by Kalidas? Meghdut? Yes. Actually, Kalidas mainly write the love stories. Okay. Love stories. Raghu Vamshan, yeah. Raghu Vamsha. Okay. Actually, he wrote mainly the love of king with ordinary woman or something. So he was writing the love poems and love playwrights also. So was the most notable of them. Why? Because of his stories. Also, I think he write Malvika Agnimitram. Malvika Agnimitram. Malvika was a lady, and Agnimitra again the king. The Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Fahian visited India during Chandragupta II, and he left an account of the life of the people in India, the 5th century. Fine. These are the factual information. Okay, again, try to attempt this. Okay, first read the question. Who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Sri Vijaya? Is it talking about Sri Lanka or Indonesia, Java, Sumatra? Correct. Because most of the student gets confused this Sri Lanka with Sri Vijaya. The powerful maritime state which ruled the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Java and neighboring island. So we all know that Rajendra I launched this very, very risky operation. Reason being, let's suppose this is India and this is somewhere Java, Sumatra island, Cambodia as well. So from here to here, why did Rajendra Chola took such huge risk to launch a full-fledged attack on this region? What could be the possible outcomes of this? So Rajendra Chola was influenced by whom? The traders. Okay. Fine. So launching this operation, it opens a new trade route. Previously, before launching this operation, traders get so many of difficulty, they have to pay the tax for using this trade route. It is still exists today, this Malay Peninsula. So the reason being traders approach Rajendra Chola कि उन्होंने बोला कि भाई हमें टैक्स बहुत पे करना पड़ता है. We have to pay the immense tax. Do something. You are a king. So what Rajendra Chola did? He launched a military operation in the name of religion. That we are Shaivites. We are. Chola was what? Shaivites or Vaishnavite? Shaivites, obviously. So they launched full-fledged military operation on this region and captured that whole territorial and made the trade route free. They don't have to pay tax anymore to the traders. And the Sri Vijaya kingdom, they were follower of whom? Buddha. Clear? And after this Rajendra Chola, who was the leader? Okay, let's give me one simple answer. Who was the founder of Chola dynasty? Founder of Chola dynasty. Hmm? Vijayala. Vijayala was the founder. And Rajaraj Chola and this Rajendra Chola. They both are the two famous fighters, the prominent figures in the Chola dynasty. They were Shaivites, okay? And what temples they have built? Brihadeshwara temple, okay? Fine. I mean, with regards to this Chola, art and culture also become important. Okay. See, okay, son of Raja Chola against Sri Vijaya Empire in 1025 Common Era. Cities across Malay Peninsula, Sumatra surrounding. So now you know the reason why this military conflict happened, just because of these traders. Okay, Ashokan inscription. Pradeshika, Rajuka, at what level? Option B. Okay. Option B. D. Level of central administration. Okay. Why option B? Option B. Any guess? And who was at the central administration? Can we say Amatya was at the central level at administration? Amatya? You know Amatya? Yeah. Okay. Ashokan inscriptions suggest that the Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta were important officers at. So first we understand what were at the central level. At central level, Amatyas were there. Okay. Now look at this terminology. Pradeshika, Pradesh, Rajuks or Rajukas. Can Rajuka provide or can they assign penalty to individual? Yes. And Yuktas. Was there any provincial level administration? If we divide central, district and village, was there any provincial level? Okay, let's check. Option B. Ashokan inscription suggests about what? So during Ashoka period, Chanakya was there, or we can simply say Vishnugupta was a great scholar of economics, the Arthashastra. So in Arthashastra, he cited various norms should be followed by a king and a kingdom to collect tax and how to run a kingdom. What was the state tax during the Ashoka's time? One-fourth or one-sixth? One-fourth? Can we say that it was depend land to land? The tax structure was not rigid. It was depend on land to. If a land is much more fertile and the area is wider, the 1/4 should be there, and 1/6 for those who are vulnerable. What was the punishment during Ashoka's time? Harsh or harsh? No harsh. Okay. Can we say that during Ashoka's time there was a tax penalty? Okay. So you mean to say they were liberal? Okay. There was a scientific revenue assessment term was there. Okay. What temple did Ashoka build during his regime? Mahabodhi. And who was contemporary to Ashoka? Can we say that during Ashoka's regime it was a highly centralized system? Highly centralized. And Ashoka was the only king who ruled at the Akhand Bharat, from north to south, east to west. Even in Afghanistan, you will get to see the Ashoka's inscription. So that simply justifies that how Ashoka's maintained his territory. And to be fair, if we say that in modern warfare, in every war he wasn't present personally. And which war did Ashoka and which war changed his heart? Kaling War, modern day Odisha. Okay, base level question. So Raw Cadet 3 refers to the officer going on a tour every 5 years in order to instruct people in Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is it related to Dharam? No, Dharam and Dhamma, they both are different. Dhamma is a practice. Fine. Dhamma is a practice of non-violence, eat right, sleep right kind of thing for other purposes. The term Yukta occurs in the Arthashastra as a general term for officers. Pongard Levin suggests that Rajugas of the inscription can be identified with the Akrumo or Megasthenes was the court. Who was Megasthenes? The ambassador in the Chandragupta's court. Okay. Who seem to have been connected with the measurement of land for purpose of revenue assessment, and the term Rajuka may come from Raju, meaning rope, and the reference may be to the measurement of land using ropes. Right? Though land measurement may have been their main or original duty, and in Ashoka's time the Rajukas seem to have been high-ranking officers who were also associated with the public welfare measure. So we can say Rajuka can act as a SDM, subdivisional magistrate, SDM. Okay. And Amatyas were at the central level, close to the king. Okay, modern India. Try to attempt this question. Neither one nor two. Okay. Okay, if we talk about this question, first let's understand what the meaning of Swaraj. Swaraj means self-rule, easy. And who coined this self-rule term first? Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. But there is a minor difference between Swaraj and dominion status. You read about dominion status? That major policies can be framed by the Indians, but the external policies, the ultimate decision will be in the hands of British. This was dominion status. So if we talk about Swaraj, Bal Gangadhar Tilak was there, and most important, who coined the term full complete independence first time, and in which session of Congress? Can we say that it was Lahore session? Yes, it was first coined by Bhagat Singh, the full independence, complete independence. Okay, so now come to the question. Non-NCM, the Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. Why NCM was suspended? Due to Chauri Chaura incident, because violence had happened at that specific place. Second, it was to be implemented in stages with CDM and non-payment of taxes. Burning of clothes, foreign clothes is fine, but what about this non-payment of taxes for the next stage? Only if Swaraj did not come within a year and the government restored to repression. Let's check the answer. Answer C. Both 1 and 2. Okay? It's okay. It was a tough question. Alright. So we look at this solution. Article 1 of the Constitution adopted in 1921. So what is the chronology? NCM, then Chauri Chaura, then Civil Disobedience Movement, CDM 1 and CDM 2, and then Government of India Act 1935, and after that India's Independence Act. So this could be the chronology. And partition of Bengal 1905, right? Okay. Now economics. Question is demanding alternative investment funds. Alternative. Bonds, hedge funds, stocks, venture capital. I know you must be facing problem in the venture capital and hedge funds. Yes, bonds and stock we do know. It was a tough question at that time. What could be the answer? Answer B. Only two. Which one? Can we say bond, alternate investment, and can we say hedge funds? Alternate investment funds, they are ठीक है. Hedge funds, venture capital, private equity, real estate. Okay. So now bonds was there. Hedge funds and venture capital. So alternate investment funds. Can we say stocks are what? Stocks are conventional equity investment. Because stocks are subject to the market risk. Fine. Done? So bonds are what? Bonds are traditional investment instrument. They fall under fixed income securities, regulated separately. Stocks are conventional equity investments. Hence option B is correct. Done? Okay, let's take an example. Stocks. Government securities, commercial paper, mutual funds, which is the most secure among them? Government securities. Why? Government securities, reason being it is backed by obviously government. If none other will pay, I have a backing by the government itself. No, the government is liable to pay. Okay, and what's the difference between mutual funds and stocks? No idea? Okay, see. Stock are something which we buy equity. Okay? You understand equity? Or we get unit allocation. Unit. Okay, let's take a very base level example. Suppose Tata is a company. What to suppose? Tata is a company. So Tata has listed its company on the stock market. Why he listed his company on the stock market? To have the money borrowed from the public. So let's say Tata has listed its company on the stock market, and now I have a cell phone. I invested in Tata, let's suppose 10 rupees, and the one stock price is 1 rupees. This is hypothetical example, okay? So how many stock or how many units I can buy? 10. I can buy 10 units. So let's suppose currently it's the month of April, na? April, May, June. So the month of June come. So now this stock value reduces down to rupees 5. Will I get? Will I be suffer from the loss? Yes, because stock value has been decreased, na? So and let's suppose in the month of July it reaches to 20. Will I get loss or profit? Profit, obviously. So stock market is always volatile, but the point is if you invested in the stock, you are buying the equity of the company. Fine. Same with the mutual fund. But mutual fund are bit secure comparison with the stock market. Why? Because a fund manager is being provided here in that fund manager. If you invest in the mutual funds, suppose you have buy this Tata, Adani, Reliance, Jio, he will manage your portfolio. So mutual funds are bit non-riskier, bit safer, because fund manager manages your fund. For example, if Tata's stock comes to down, this fund manager will transfer unit from Tata to Adani immediately with low cost. So this is the basic difference between stock. Ultimately, they are both are same stocks and this mutual fund, but the only difference is of fund manager. Fine. Okay. Please attempt this question. Again, economics. We have just seen about this, na? Government securities. Yes? Okay, let's decode this question. Which of the following are the source of income for the Reserve Bank of India? Number one, income sources. Buying or selling government bonds. Okay, buying or selling foreign currency. Pension fund management. No. Lending to private companies. Option number 4, we know that is correct. Lending private companies. No, this is RBI, no? No, it cannot. RBI cannot lend private companies, unlike the private banks. Okay, eliminate option number 4. We got elimination of B and C. And what left? A and B, buying and selling government bonds. Could be second, buying and selling foreign currency. Foreign currency buying and selling. How could RBI buy and sell foreign currency without the government approval? No, no. Let's check the answer then. D. 1, 2nd and 5th. Okay. That we all knew. First is correct. We were confused in between first A and D, na? Okay. Second, buying and selling foreign currency. Could be. And 5th, printing and distributing currency notes. We know first and 5th. See the stock market. Fine. Can RBI put a cap on foreign exchange reserve? Can it regulate this foreign exchange reserve? Yes, RBI can. Who is the current RBI governor? No idea? Okay. Okay. Next, again on the RBI. Try to attempt this. Option number A, one only. The RBI, Reserve Bank of India, mandates all the listed companies in India to submit a business responsibility and sustainability report. BRSR, okay. Statement 2. In India, a company submitting a BRSR makes disclosure in the report that are largely non-financial in nature. To solve this question, we must be knowing about what this BRSR report is all about. Let's check this falls on the current affairs portion, I guess. Yeah. Option B. Please do read about this BRSR report. Done? Okay, note it down. Take your time. Any doubt? Because this question itself is on a BRSR report. So these questions are meant to escape. तो छोड़ने के लिए बने हैं ये question. Okay? You cannot make a smart case in these type of questions. Okay. Yes, very important question. I have already discussed what critical minerals are. So, Statement 1. India has joined Mineral Security Partnership as a member. Who is the founding member? USA. India is a resource-rich country in all the 30 critical minerals. Sounds unusual? No, that it has identified the Parliament in 2023. Okay. The Parliament in 2023 has amended the Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act 1957, empowering the central government to exclusively auctioning mining regulation, mining lease and composite license for certain critical minerals. This line is as it is copy pasted from Mines and Minerals Act. What could be the answer? Option 1 is correct. But the problem is option 1 is available here and here only. What would be the USP to solve this question? We all know that India is a resource-rich country in all 30 critical minerals. No. Then what's the point of import? No. So can we eliminate option number 2? Gone? Option C. Fine. C. What are the other 14 members in this Mines and Minerals Regulation Act? India has joined the US-led Mineral Security Partnership (MSP). The MSP include what? 14 countries. So what we have to keep in mind is it is a US-led security partnership. Founder was the USA. Okay. While India has identified 30 critical metals. What are critical metals? Which can be used for industrial purpose. Lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite. It is not self-sufficient in all of them. So India is not a resource-rich country for all 30 minerals. Fine. Okay, last. India accounts for a very large portion of equity option. Try to solve it. Again, from the current affairs economy. Any sort of guess? Getting any idea? Try some logic now. Option A may be okay. Okay. Option C. Okay, if we look at this question, try to solve it with a common sense first. Okay. India accounts for a very large portion of all equity option contracts traded globally, thus exhibiting a great boom. This exam is conducted by UPSC, and this line is clear cut is in India's favor. Statement 2, India's stock market has grown rapidly in the recent past, even overtaking Hong Kong's at the same point of time. Could it be true? The rapidly, note down the keyword, this rapidly. Rapidly, India was a very large, and overtaking, past even overtaking Hong Kong's, okay. There is no regulatory body either to warn the small investor about the risk of option trading or to act on unregistered financial advisor in this regard. There is no regulatory body. Could it be there? Could it be like this? Okay, let's first check the answer. Answer A, 1 and 2. If we would have tried to solve this question on basis of just common sense, this line is already favored India. It's a UPSC exam, na? So why would UPSC will put such a vague statement which unfavored India. Obviously, they will always put a statement like this only, the great boom in India. Yes. India's stock market has grown rapidly. Okay, it could be, and even overtaking Hong Kong's at the same point of time. But if we eliminate this option, there is no regulatory body. This will be a game changer. So option third, again third. So by elimination, this question could have been solved. This very vague line, there is no regulatory body. It can be true because at least some regulatory body must be there. Okay. Please do read the solution. Okay. Got the solution, no? SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India. So this was that regulatory body, SEBI. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's move ahead. Capital receipts create a liability or cause a reduction in the asset of the government. Create a liability. Borrowings and disinvestment are capital receipt. Borrowings. We achieve capital receipt from what? See, borrowings may make the fiscal deficit. Have you read about this term, fiscal deficit? Interest received on loans create a liability of the government. Could be true. Because government securities, a person purchases a government security for what? To enjoy the interest. So interest received on loans. What could be the answer? C, one and third. Any smart guess? But how this could be to cause a reduction in the assets of the government? Let's check first. Answer A. One and second. Interest received on the loan creates a liability on the government. First is correct. Second is correct. Reason, let's see. Okay, interest received on loans is a revenue receipt, not a capital receipt. So this creates a difference. It does not create a liability. Instead, it is income for the government. Fine. So if the government take borrowing from USA or China, it becomes what? A liability? Because somehow they have to repay the loan. Fine. Disinvestment refers to what? Correct. Okay. Okay. Last environmental question. Try to solve it. Without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface. Where the atmosphere, warm surface or who acts as a blanket for the planet Earth? Greenhouse gases. It keeps our Earth warmer, so the ice age could not be repeat, or the ice age could not trigger. Heat absorbed and trapped by atmosphere maintains our planet average temperature. Could be true. Atmosphere gases like CO2 are particularly good at absorbing and trapping radiation. Can CO2 trap radiation? Any smart guess? CO2 can absorb the heat. No doubt, CO2 can absorb the heat. Because rise in CO2 levels led to the global warming effect. What could be the answer? Option C. Okay, let's check option C. Option C. Okay. Polity. Smart guess. Panchayats at the intermediate level exist in all states. Could be true. To be eligible to be a member of panchayat, an intermediate level person should attain the age of no, not 30 years. 31. 21 years. 21. Outrightly rejected. Second, B and D gone. First is correct. How about second and third? Okay. The Chief Minister of a state constitutes a commission to review the financial position. This is gone now. First and second. What left? C, obviously. Option D would be the correct. Member of Panchayat intermediate level at intermediate. No. No person shall be disqualified on the ground that he is less than 25 years. If he has attained the age of 21, means minimum age to be eligible. Panchayat at the intermediate level is 21. What he has asked? To be eligible to be a member of Panchayat at the intermediate level, a person should attain the age of 30 years. Option? Yeah. Fine. Okay. Done. Enjoyed the class? So this is how we have to study. If you are seriously appearing for this year prelims now, you have to go back to back with the PYQ's theme-based question. This COP28, carbon emission, this ancient medieval history, so on. To try to solve the question not just based on the knowledge, also based on the common sense, logic, smart guessing. Done? Okay. Thank you.